Hey, Brenda, are you there?
Yeah, hi. Hi, James. I'll make you the host.
Okay, great, great. Do you know, is my screen showing or that only happens after you make me host?
I can stop sharing mine now.
Okay, great.
And I'm gonna make you the host.
Okay,
Okay, so you're the host now. I'm going to lead the Zoom meeting and then Sue will join you at her designated time and then you make her the host.
okay, okay. Sounds good. Thanks, Brenda.
Thank you.
Hey, Victor, how's it going?
Connection.
Yeah, it sounds like
myself just so it doesn't sound so crazy.
Okay.
What are you working on? Fill me in.
I'm working on the different scenarios we talked about. This is the one with the Ion style residential. So I'm in the middle of that right now. So working on a little bit of commercial core here at the entrance, but then transforming to missing middle types. So a dose of that, and then transitioning beyond that to single family residential of different sizes and types deeper into the site. So kind of a primarily residential, but broad spectrum, or fine grained spectrum of types. So working on that one, and then I was working also on a couple of the ones we talked about. They haven't stitched the streets together into all of them yet, but got a version that if it were just, let me turn the streets off. If it were unutilized, so just essentially land banked with a fence and planting over what would have been the existing buildings. And then it's another version I'm working on with that needs to go in the background there.
Hi, James.
Hey, how's it
Can you hear me
going?
now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. How you doing?
Just a couple minutes before I have to go into one of the technical meetings, but I thought I'd just check in and see what you were doing. You know, looking at this,
Uh-huh.
And one thing I was trying to figure out is if you can get audio via the YouTube, since there wasn't anybody else in there with you when I was looking at it through YouTube.
Okay.
I sent you a live chat message, but you have to be on YouTube to see that live chat.
Okay.
And you describe what you're doing. But you were just sitting quietly and I couldn't hear any background noise at all. So I thought,
oh yeah, the kids just went out with Christina to the park. You would have caught a lot of background noise just a, a little bit before.
I was even listening for mouse clicks just to see their keyboard, just to see if I could hear anything at all. But there wasn't any sound at all coming through YouTube. So just FYI, whatever you're doing, if somebody's watching, and there were 2 other people watching on YouTube when I was doing that.
Do you have any way to check in? Can you check YouTube now? Do you have the ability to look at it and see if it's?
We might get a crazy echo or something, so let's just recognize that. Let's just see. There wasn't any sound at all coming through YouTube, so just FYI, whatever you're doing, if somebody's watching, and there were 2 other people watching on YouTube when I was doing that.
Do you have any way to check in? Can you check YouTube now? Do you have the ability to look at it and see if it's?
We might get a crazy echo or something. All right. So we just confirmed via that test that if you are
Stereo
saying
delay.
that if you are saying something, then it will come through on the YouTube live
Good.
simultaneous broadcast.
Great,
And I don't
great.
think it's not like crucial. I just wondered if people can look at your screen and have an idea what it is that they're actually seeing.
Yeah.
Which might, and maybe the easiest thing without extra work is just every once in a while, just say it out loud. What I'm working on right now is, so I've been thinking about this scenario quite a bit overnight.
Okay, good.
And I'd like you to think about it with me.
Sure.
All right, so there are multiple overlapping sticking points between what developers might, conventionally do on a site like this versus what citizens are saying is important to them. And I'm looking for ways to find, the common ground in that Venn diagram, see where the overlap is between what's economically feasible in the minds of investors and bankers and all that, and also politically doable.
Yeah.
And so I think the purpose of the multiple scenarios that you're building is to show some contrast so that we can actually compare the pros and cons of different approaches or rule out certain ones because it turns out they don't meet that test.
That's
so
right.
Far, you follow what I'm saying?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. So when I look at this, I think the multiple overlapping sticking points are what's in those upper stories, because people are very concerned about whether it's rental apartments. Rightly or wrongly, there are people on both sides of that argument there. And some people aren't nervous about multifamily residential as long as it's owner occupied. Other people are just against residential development at all. Those seem to be fewer, but there's a lot of people who have who are nervous about apartments, and that's what they've fought over for the last couple of years and things like that. But in addition to that issue is building height. So I think they're enmeshed with all this, because as you know, building height discussions are kind of like a proxy for fears about traffic or overcrowding. Rightly or wrongly, because again, you could be transit-oriented development and highly walkable, move a lot of trips to walking, biking, and transit, and have less impact, even if it was denser and bigger, than a lower scale, smaller development that has land uses that tend to generate on a per unit basis more trips. So there's a little bit of a disconnect. I think there's another disconnect over how you regulate residential development. Some people seem to think that you can say it has to be owner occupied, but the government really doesn't have the ability to make that choice. They can approve something as condominiums, but the owners can't be prevented from renting it. So I'm just pointing out that I think there are a lot of overlapping combination decisions.
That's right.
If you go to a denser development type like owner-occupied residential, but in condominium forms, and to have to satisfy a higher parking ratio, which is another one of their concerns. They were thinking, well, after all these years, the failing Kmart has served as kind of an overflow parking lot. Then come right out and say it, but people going to the beach, if they couldn't find another place to park, could park there and walk down the block. And I think they're so one of the things I heard from citizens was getting the balance of parking just right. And as we know, the denser owner-occupied kind of development would require parking structure, and that has a lot of expense per space,
Right.
And I need to just let this person know I'm in a meeting, and we'll call her later. Okay, good. All right, so of course, once you undertake these expenses, like more expensive construction types and more expensive parking types, that tends to need even more value creation to offset these new expenses, which causes projects to tend to get taller. So I guess what I'm getting at is, if you want to compare scenarios, then the one to hold the one you're doing up next to is one in which the buildings are taller. I'm not endorsing that idea. I actually think the one you're doing makes a lot more sense, and we should discuss all those advantages, like being able to video incrementally instead of all at once, just for starters. But because there are a lot of other advantages as well. But I have a feeling the one you're doing, it might present a scenario that overall has fewer units and overall has good but not great value creation, but it doesn't require those extra expenses, so it doesn't need those extra heights. And so when you look at them, when you compare them, the one you're doing remains to be seen whether that falls into the category I was describing of politically doable, but that the one you're doing is shorter, and the one that you're comparing it to is taller. So how much difference? I mean, this could be a combination of 1, 2, and 3-story buildings.
That's right.
And the one you would compare it to might be a combination of 3, 4, and 5, 6-story buildings. I'm just spitballing a little bit here, but I'm thinking there's, and of course, this has to do with the underlying per unit land cost, which comes from what the property costs to decommission it from a former Kmart site and demolish and peel back all the asphalt, reassemble, build new infrastructure. Well, that all costs. That's going to basically add up to the cost to prepare the land for use, which will translate into a per unit land cost. Yeah, I think the scenario you're drawing will have a much higher per unit land cost. And that might just tip it over into the forget politically doable, tip it over into the economically infeasible. I don't know until we have a scenario with all its pieces and parts to add up, compare, put in a chart, put it side by side, and see. So that's why I wanted to suggest that in the one you compare this to, make sure there's a contrast, at least in some part of the property in terms of building heights. Okay. Long story, but thanks. I'm going to join that other meeting, but I'll check in on you later on.
Awesome.
Thanks for what you're doing.
Thanks, Victor. For the folks watching live on YouTube, what I'm working on actually is some visioning for different scenarios for the Neptune Beach Plaza site based on what we heard at the hands-on session the other night. So to orient you, I'll switch to north up here. So you can see Atlantic Boulevard here running east-west, and then A1A running north-south. The beach in this case would be to your right-hand side. And so this particular scenario I'm working on right now is one that would walkably stitch together the Neptune Beach Plaza site with the town center. And one of the ways that we're doing that is looking at improvements to Lemon Street. So there's a bit of Lemon Street. I'll turn the new streets off so you can see existing streets underneath there. You can see Lemon Street exists on both sides of A1A, on both sides of 3rd, and it extends into the Neptune Beach Plaza site quite a ways and becomes essentially a drive aisle right in front of where the Kmart was, in front of the boxes. So the thought here is to take and transform the details of that so that it's a real complete street. So in addition to being able to drive on it, it would be possible to walk on it with sidewalks. Here, this kind of light beige color is sidewalk color. The darker brown color in this case is bicycle path. So here's a two-way bicycle path. And then the green strips are planting areas for street trees. And this darker grayish area in the middle is asphalt for driving. What we're showing is extending Lemon from A1A into the Neptune Beach Plaza site. And then in a kind of a circuitous traffic calmed way, basically winding it through. And Lemon picks up again way on the west end side next to Penman. There's a bit of Lemon on that side as well. And so one of the design ideas being tested here is if it's possible to connect Lemon all the way from eventually, parcel by parcel with redevelopment over time of individual properties, connecting Lemon all the way from Penman over to A1A, it gives a parallel route to Atlantic. And having those parallel routes, especially if there's interconnection connected with a street grid, it allows trips to distribute, allows distribution of car trips so that all of the cars aren't only on a single route. And so it essentially is one of the techniques for helping to deal with traffic congestion. This idea of distributing car trips by having a network of streets that connects. So if, for example, hypothetically, if there were a tie-up on Atlantic right at the intersection here at Atlantic and A1A, if there were a tie-up there, a backup of traffic, without this kind of a parallel connection running through, it basically would lead to congestion for everyone trying to get from here to there. But if there's this parallel route of one or more ways to get from the origin to the destination, it's possible for people to go around where that backup is and trips start to distribute. One of the things we're doing is showing, again, if there's this parallel route of Lemon, that it's done in a traffic calmed way. So it isn't really critical that it's kind of streamlined in a really fast way through the site. It's actually better if we're looking at a lot of different types of land uses to occupy the future of the Neptune Beach Plaza, that it be traffic calmed and slow moving. It actually makes it makes the street connection through the site a better neighbor for a wider range of uses if it's slower moving and more traffic calmed. So in addition to adding facilities for people to walk and bicycle, on the street. We're also showing the location of regularly spaced shade trees in those planting strips on both sides of the street. That will help to make the sidewalks and the bike paths and so forth much more pleasant and usable for pedestrians and cyclists, getting shade, which is so important in the Florida climate. And then also those street trees being regularly placed and lined up help to reinforce the shaping of the space. So if you look at this public space that we're creating right here, for example, this public space is formed by the green on the ground surrounded by a street. So what's happening on the bottom plane of the public space is important, but equally important is what's happening vertically to form edges of the public space. You can see here the idea of buildings with fronts shaping the space. Hey Sue, looks like you're joining us here. How you doing?
Oh, is it just you? And me? Oh.
I think it's just the two of us. I think it's the two of us right now.
Great.
And I think we have some folks on YouTube listening in as well. Hey Sue, I can show you a little bit of what we had talked about last night in terms of refinements to the design. This is showing a trailway running along the canal that's back behind the properties fronting onto A1A. This shows it winding along the east side of the canal, and then when we get up to the park area, one or more pedestrian bridges that connect over in a series of paths through the park. And then in this case, I've got a little design move just giving a central focus to that park. It could be the same way a lot of the Olmsted plans contain kind of naturalistic geometry and then a little bit of formal. This is showing a little formal move. And then so with the trees in the park all surrounding this three-dimensionally, which aren't built here yet in the model, but this it would be a nice shady little spot with a pool and a reflection of a monument at the end, for example. Some little design element to give a destination for people walking through the streets toward the park.
Yeah, this is great. I'm actually, maybe I'll do a rendering maybe at the beginning, at a trailhead.
That'd be great. Yeah, if you wanted to take a pass at detailing what that park could look like, that would be great.
Yeah, probably not a. I'm actually connecting with my iPad right now.
Okay.
See what I can find. Let me see if you can. Oh, I can. So James, if you zoom in to that park area that you just showed.
Oh, do you want a plan view? Or do you want a 3D view?
Zoom in on the trailhead 11th Street area.
Okay. Do you want it looking straight down or do you want it in perspective?
Perspective is fine as long as you like just zooming at this area.
Do you want it, which direction? You want to look over the top of the houses or the other way?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe I'll do a rendering because there is a picture. They took a picture like this. Oh no, actually, sorry. Oh wait, I'm a little confused about this.
Here, I can zoom out a little so you can see where we are. This is. I'll go north. I'll go north up if it's easier for you.
Yeah, I see now. So I think we have a picture taken from here.
Ah, great.
Yeah, where
this.
And there's an existing restaurant here, an Italian restaurant.
Right.
And then I was thinking of this as like the trailhead. Oh, actually, is this Lemon Street?
That's Lemon. That's right.
Oh, okay. Actually, the picture was coming from here. Yeah, I guess this will be the trailhead. Anyway, yeah, I think I can use maybe I'll use your model.
Okay,
Your-
perfect. Oh, that's great. Yeah, yeah. And you could
Maybe
use
when you're
more.
about to go to bed today, you can upload your model and share it with me.
Yeah, sure, sure. Yeah, it'd be good to get your eye on that, on the public space and the landscaping.
Thanks. Cool. I'll let you two get back to it.
Are you going to be next? Are you the next?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, great. That's it. About 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
Because she said that we were going to just share about a 15-minute little talk, and there's a video that's less than 5 minutes. Is that acceptable to everyone? I just want to make sure.
For those watching on YouTube, what I'm working on right now is visualizing the Neptune Beach Plaza site. In this particular, we're testing multiple scenarios, but this particular scenario is one where the site is occupied by a range of different incremental walkable uses. So it's showing up close to Atlantic ideas for small scale commercial, might be a dose of retail and some office and so forth, close to where the visibility from Atlantic exists, and then transitioning to a couple of different kinds of residential behind that. So what's called missing middle building types. So something in between single family and apartments, for example, in this middle layer. So showing row houses. And then transitioning, maybe including a little bit of small apartment or condominium units, and then a large amount of single family house there in the back of the site. So basically testing out different building forms. And essentially kind of sculpting the urbanism, looking at different building heights and architectural characters for different spots on the plan. Just a matter of taking the buildings and placing them in location and then seeing how that looks. And if something doesn't seem exactly right, I can take and test something else. And so it's a matter of kind of informed trial and error. I take a good guess at what the buildings are going to look like in a particular spot, and then it's not until they're actually there and tested that I can know for sure. With these 3D modeling program, this particular program is SketchUp, and it's really useful for this. It's great that it's possible to test design ideas quickly and then make corrections. And it feels a lot like, it's a little bit like sculpting with clay, but designing urbanism. It says taking a look at combining, just combine two buildings together here back to back to give a feeling. You know, there's some the great historic wooden hotels in the Neptune Beach area from back in the 1920s, and I don't know that any of them remain, but the architecture was something like this. You know, this is giving a bit of an echo of that. So longer buildings with dormers and long porches. So testing to see how that kind of architecture feels on this side. We'll test swapping this. Buildings that I'm showing on these two corners, swapping them. and the street trees are such an important part of the hardware of walkable design.
James, it seems like your time is up. I'm sorry, I was working on my iPad so I'm sketching out some photos right now. Do you want to?
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I can make you the host here. Let me see. I think I can. Let me see.
Presentations to classes at schools including Neptune Beach Elementary, Fletcher Middle School, Mayport Elementary, Episcopal High School, and we've done presentations also at the various school science fairs. A number of years back,
Here, I'll make you the host.
we along with the students, some of the teachers, transformed.
Thanks, everybody. We'll switch over to Sue now.
Okay.
After that, we were.
Here, I'll stop the share from my screen, and then you can start yours. You're the host now.
Yeah, great.
Projects, which was basically creating the science in the science department to have a large outdoor native study garden.
If I can
which by the one way
share from my. Actually, sorry, James. I have to make you host again. I need to. It seems like I cannot share Procreate from the screen. I can only share content.
Okay.
I was trying to do an experiment to see if I can live sketch and share the screen while I'm sketching in Procreate, but it seems like I couldn't. So I'll log in. I'll log off on here and log in from computer to take off. I have to make you host temporarily, but I'll hop on in a second.
Okay, I'll share my screen again for a little while. Just let me know when you're ready.
Cities.
Hey James, I'm back.
Hey, okay. Yeah, I'll make you host again. Let me know when you're set. Are you ready? Or just let me know if you...
You can make me host.
Okay. All right, everybody. Here's Sue. Good to be with you today. Hey, Sue, are you sharing your screen? I just see you still.
I'm trying to figure out what to share.
Okay.
iPad right now, so I'm trying to think how to share this. So maybe I'll have to send this to the send this Procreate file to the computer. And then I'll see if I can go from there.
Hey, Sue, this is James. Just let me know if you need me to share my screen.
Oh yeah,
One more time.
yeah.
Would you like me to do that?
Yeah, maybe you can share for a few minutes and I'll once I have the file set up.
Sure. You want to make me host again, and I'll share mine.
Okay, James, I can share my screen now.
Okay. Sounds good. Are you still the host? Let me see. Who's host now? Let's see.
Yeah, I think I'm the host now.
Yeah, I think you're still the host.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Hi everyone who are on the YouTube live streaming. So I'm working on an image, I'm working on a rendering showing the trail, canal trail improvements. near the library site. So now I'm preparing this photo for the rendering to make it the same, to make the dimension fields fits the screen.
Yeah, right. Yes. So it says she's muted, but she's really not. So we can't do whatever we want. Louisa can still hear she can still see us. Can you hear me, Victor? I can hear you fine, and we can see you fine as well. So your camera's still working. It's just for some reason Zoom wasn't like unmuting your mic. Yeah, my Zoom window has frozen, but I can still see everyone, which is odd. You're not frozen on our end. You're coming through loud and clear. I think that was the right move, by the way, rather than trying to leave and come back to the statue perhaps you might have been. Yeah, I didn't want a meeting for everyone. So my I just joined by phone. I want to thank you for the presentation.
Always have a backup.
Yeah. We probably will be reaching out. I mean, I guarantee we will, to get more details on some of the programs you've seen working in other places as we get further along into writing actionable recommendations and suggesting policies. It'll be great to get more detailed information from you all. I was curious, in one of our previous conversations, Colin and Megan with the city, I think you all were there, we had asked about like beach restoration and what kind of efforts go on if the three beaches coordinate right now. And I remember we had mentioned that they volunteer do a lot of the beach restoration. So is that you all who are doing those efforts? Are there other groups joining you?
Absolutely. Yeah, actually, there is a teacher at Fletcher who currently has a huge grant, and I think he received about $20,000 during a Jaguars game. And what they do is they have student volunteers that are trained, and they go in and they do CO, you know, and they are planting all the way down the island, up and down from Atlantic Beach. They've made it all the way past Ponte Vedra, and he has said he has plenty of money. He has the obviously the young groups that he's been working with that are doing that, and they're putting in the COs. That is not us, although we are always working with a lot of these groups that are doing those things. There are multiple groups. We work with Beaches Go Green. We work with there's Cast. What is the name? Beaches. And I'm a member. It's embarrassing. We meet once a month at the library. Sorry.
Beaches Watch in Fort River.
Thank you. Sorry. Beaches Watch, and that is a huge group of citizens here at the beaches. And then we've even met with all the mayors. So we also work on policy with across the board with environmental groups. There's something involving, for example, access or environmental contamination. Last thing we did was in Atlantic Beach. We had the ordinance passed for banning the release of pollutants.
Okay.
I'll add something as well. The beaches restoration at Jacksonville does a lot of that. In fact, they just tilled a beach recently, which was to help the sea turtle. And also, I think it was last summer or last spring, they planted sea in Duval County. But they do the majority of our beach restoration. I'm kind of curious, just a couple comments about Surf Rider. Who does, we personally, the Deputy Director of Public Works, for those that don't know, and I also do a lot of stormwater and infrastructure. I do an annual MS4 report with the FDP. Do you guys work at all with the FSA at all?
You mean Florida Surfing Association?
No, sorry, Florida Stormwater Association.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I should have not used that acronym. I should have said it. But just a lot of the algae bloom, stuff that you guys were discussing in your video, those are things that they highlight on too. And the city is a member there. But a lot of the stuff you're working on, they're also working. It just makes sense to me, I guess, that you guys would work together in some way.
Our task force might have worked with them in other task forces throughout Florida, but that's, I'm gonna think no. So thank you. That would be
And then most of the restoration here at the beach, we have a huge office of Army Corps of Engineers downtown in Jacksonville, and they do all the dredging projects and so on. So we actually have a lot of members that are Surf Rider members also, and we use them for consultations on some of the ecological effects specifically. I have personal friends of mine that are Surf Rider members, and they do the aerial shots, the overheads, looking for environmental. Those are all accessible to the public, but also just working on renourishment programs. Those are federal funding, and they get sent on to the states, and then the allocation is done in some kind of uniform manner schedule for the Army Corps of Engineers.
Yeah, I guess my point was South doesn't do the beach restoration, and we just got our hands slapped for the hurricane and we, tidied up our beach entrances, and so we got to do $6,000 worth of in-kind product.
Hey, Sue.
LED lighting.
Are you listening to one of the techno meetings on your phone or something?
Yeah, can you hear that? Oh,
Yeah, it's playing the techno meeting through your live stream.
Water
Yeah.
testing.
You might just mute your microphone for the live stream if you want to listen to that.
oh,
People
yeah.
can watch then.
Actually, I can put my headphone on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I saw the sustainability is kind of very relevant to the marsh walk and the design.
There you go. That's better. That's better.
Okay, Victor told me that you could hear Nicole.
Yeah, I think Sue was listening into that meeting on her other device, and so it was connecting through the live stream here. I just let her know, so she's put her headphones on with that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you can also mute your end so that we don't hear it through the open video.
Yep. Got
Thank you. Yeah, all right. Thanks.
Thanks, Brenda.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello?
What?
Hi, Mary. And
You know, this stuff was coming in, we managed to.
hello? Oh, okay. Okay. I see you're having issues, so. Yeah, right. I hear you now. Anybody there?
Renee's here.
Oh, do you see my virtual background?
I see that. That is way cool.
Isn't that cool? It just doesn't have the features that I originally put on with the explosions.
Probably good.
Can D and K, can you hear us? Zoo? Sue? No, I guess we can't hear you.
She's muted, I think.
Oh. Don't mute you. How long you been in the meeting and what's going on?
I've been in about 40 minutes, maybe. Just she's been designed, looks like a little boardwalk on the back of the building. And
what building?
Whatever proposed building that is at Kmart.
Oh.
Like a little boardwalk behind along that trail.
Oh,
Not the trail, but the waterway, the little ditch.
Oh, yeah. So like the ditch trail.
Yeah, but more heading towards Summer Sands, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
So behind the property, not in front of the property.
Right.
Can you hear us? Thought maybe we had her for a second.
Yeah.
It's pretty slick how we can watch this CAD. I'd love to have. Oh, there we go. It looks like she's connecting. Is this the same person yet?
Yeah, sorry, my computer completely freezes and it couldn't. I'm sorry. It seems like it doesn't. My screen is completely frozen right now on my computer, so I just logged in from my iPad.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
we
I'm
see
happy
two
to.
images. We see two live videos and you're moving. So did that happen when I came into the room? Because I've got a virtual background that's actually, I put up that's a video. Is that maybe a problem?
Oh wow, I can see your video now. I don't know. It wasn't. I think I'm not sure what happened, but I can share something from my iPad right now instead of see if that can.
Oh, there it goes. There's the look. Yeah, okay, good. See you, I see you, we see you twice.
Yeah, I logged in from
Okay.
I logged in from two devices from my computer and my laptop. From my computer and my iPad right now, I might have to restart this meeting because my computer is completely.
Before you do, let me just get out of my virtual, I mean, did it happen when I came on? Did it happen when I came on, Renee?
It seemed to, yeah, maybe.
All right, hang on. Let me just turn off my virtual background.
Did you add a virtual map to your background?
Yeah, I have a video of the Kmart property and I just put it up for the heck of it, but maybe it's related to that. So I'm going to turn it off and have none. So let's see if that helps at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hesitant to restart my computer because I end the meeting and but now because my computer is frozen, I'm not able to make myself a host.
Oh. So what do you want to do? Do you want to?
I have to restart my computer and
we'll come back.
Log in.
We'll check it later.
Okay, we'll come back.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Leave meeting.
Oh. Hey everyone. Sorry, I had to log off because I had a my computer was frozen and I had to restart my computer. Let me see if I can recover my file. Hey Renee, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey Renee, I saw you're becoming the host now.
Oh, no.
Maybe because I was logged out and you logged in first before me. So
let me get out of here. I'll end this.
Do you mind? Can you? Are you logging in from your computer or your phone?
On my computer. I'll just end the meeting and I'll come back in a little while. Is that okay?
Oh no, because you are a host now. So if you log out, you will end the meeting.
Oh.
Do you mind like assigning me as the host?
Sure.
If you click on the participants and if you click on me and there is a more option, maybe you'll be able to assign me as host.
Okay, great. There we go. I think we did it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, so I lost the file that I was working. So now let me see if I can. Okay, I just recovered the file that I was working on. So this is looking at the library site on Third Street A1A. And we're trying to visualize the idea of putting a canal trail parallel to the canal, but not on the residential side. The canal will be located on the side where those commercial and the civic buildings are. It will be parallel to the Third Street. So this is, so along the canal, it's like a linear park. So we're visualizing places where people can gather and places where people can take a stop. Lisa.
Hey, Sue.
Hey.
How's it going?
Oh, it's kind of I had some technical difficulties. My computer crashes.
Oh, no.
and my screen completely frozen. So I had to
Well, you can stop sharing now. I'll take over.
oh, okay.
Um, okay, so you're gonna talk with Colin at 2?
Yeah, I think so. I saw the email he sent me.
Great. Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Um, cool.
That's awful.
Hi, Mary. How are
Hey.
you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you. And you?
I'm good.
So you're doing this too, huh? You're quite talented.
Oh, yeah. It's my favorite kind of thing to do. So always find some time to do at least a drawing or two.
You're creative.
So yeah, I'm working on some visualizations of the intersection on Penman and Florida today. We have two options that we're presenting. So you get a preview. This is what it looks like today. So the first option just reduces the pavement, but keeps it a signalized intersection. So you get the crosswalks closer together with these splitter islands and median refuges. But it doesn't change. And of course, we can optimize the signal timings. We've heard that Forest doesn't get enough time. People usually have like very few seconds to of green time on Forest.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is still an improvement for pedestrians because right now like, there are no crosswalks except for.
Okay, stop for 1 second. Let me just get oriented. Even though that's my
Sure,
road.
sure.
Okay, so Forest is
Florida,
there. Okay.
Yes.
That's Florida. Okay.
This is Florida.
And where's Forest?
Forest is right here on this corner.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so
it's just so wide, it's hard to photograph the whole intersection.
Okay, so let me see what your thoughts are then. Let me see how it's, I don't have to tell you how, second only to 500 Atlantic is this one when it comes to,
right.
You know. So, show me what you're coming to. Show me the images we just created. That's cool.
Sure. We have plan drawings also that Brenda was working on. I'm working to make those into something more understandable, like from the street level. So this is the first option, which basically creates these islands. You can see I'll toggle them on and off. So that from Penman,
okay.
If you're going down Penman, if you're going south on Penman, you have this right turn option here. And then you can also continue straight. But that allows us to create this median here so people walking have a place to stop. The people turning right from Penman will have much better visibility of a pedestrian when they wait here. They can actually make eye contact and then cross then. And we created another island here and another one that's further back. So essentially we've brought, first of all, we've created crosswalks for all the corners and all the streets, and we've brought them a lot closer together. So that reduces the amount of pavement. It also directs drivers a bit better to what their options are and alerts them to pedestrians more. So that's the first option.
Okay, so let me ask you a question because I know this will come up. I'm seeing the current lighting system. How are you going to, is there going to be lights or is that going to be removed from this image?
In this scenario, we'd keep the lights. So it's still, we can update the timing, so the phasing of the lights based on some concerns that the community has of some streets not getting enough green time, basically. So in this scenario, you keep the traffic lights, you can optimize their timing, and then you create these crosswalks and splitter islands to give pedestrians a better way to move across the intersection.
That's cool. I like that. So this is sort of not quite a roundabout, but it's heading that direction. It's more of a modified, a little bit more, it's a safer, modified, a better orchestrated intersection.
Exactly.
Keeping the initial, okay, that's a good point. So, right, big and bold, I would put somewhere that keeping the current lighting system. People are gonna love this one. A lot of people are, I think. But I'm not opposed entirely to roundabout, so I'm curious to see what's next. Yeah, cool.
So the roundabout option that I'm working on now, we took the DOT's plan for a single lane roundabout. We've actually made the roundabout a little bit smaller, and that was in part so that we can have better connections between the sidewalks, but also so that we don't encroach into any of the properties. I think in this scenario, we've been able to design it so that only a small piece of the trail of the East Coast Greenway multi-use trail is like slightly leading into one of the properties. But in the DOT scenario, it was actually, the actual roundabout was like right up in the edge of the surrounding properties. So we made it a little bit smaller, which also slows down cars more. But it's still a workable design. We've been talking to the engineers, metric engineers who did the study, and they think there's some wiggle room for the dimensions that they drew originally. So in this one, I think the biggest benefit of this one is, cars go much slower through roundabouts. So even when there is a crash, it's not fatal. It doesn't usually lead to injuries. And so Rick will present some of that data in the presentation tonight that kind of explains, especially a single lane roundabout. Double lane roundabouts can get more confusing for people, but, and the city of Jacksonville proposed either a single lane or a double lane, but the analysis basically shows that a single lane is perfectly workable for the amount of cars coming through here. So you'll see also that we've created what's called this kind of skirt around it.
Yeah.
This is a mountable curb. So when you get bigger trucks, they need a little bit of space. This is designed lower than a traditional curb. They can actually mount it if they need more space.
Okay.
That's why you see this.
Okay. So it's not a walking area. It's just for the bump.
Right.
Okay,
right.
got it.
You could. I mean, you could.
Yeah, then no, we probably wouldn't want to do that. That people would be like, "What the hell?" But I tell you,
the best part is you can landscape so much more of it and actually make it something nice.
Yeah, I mean, I like the oak tree, but also a really cool piece of art might get people jazzed.
So that's my second one that I'm looking at. I think I'm going to replace this sculpture. It's supposed to be a coral, but it doesn't look very nice. So,
well, you could do a Neptune. You could do it.
I know. Yeah, that's what Brenda said. I'm actually going to look into photoshopping a Neptune. But really, it's just to show that you can really use this to make it more of a gateway. So many people drive through this intersection.
Well, I tell you what would be probably non-controversial and everybody would like. Because even if you get a Neptune, then it's going to be these feminists who say, well, it's a guy. You could put a sculpture of a sea turtle, or maybe even a sculpture of two dolphins, sort of, swimming or whatever it is they do. That would be cool. And I kind of like the idea of art only because the tree and the visibility, I kind of like to see what's going on around the whole circle. So there's no surprises that way. If someone is stalled on the other side, a tree might inhibit me from seeing that, but a sculpture probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
Anyway, my thoughts that, okay, cool. Yeah. So no, in this situation, there are no lights whatsoever. No push pedestrian lights even?
No. So what you have is yield conditions for all of the drivers. So when a driver approaches,
I'll
show you this. Essentially, all the sidewalks and crosswalks are aligned so that you can have one space for one car between entering the roundabout and the crosswalk.
Gotcha.
So that allows a car to wait here, watch for other cars coming in, but it still lets a pedestrian cross while that car is waiting. And the cars behind him as well have to yield. So you're much closer to the car. You can actually see them and they can see
I got it. So my only thought here when I look at this is to the right of the gray car that's closest to me, there's a significant amount of green space to the right, to the other side. Yeah, all that is, that's excessive to me. I'd rather take a little bit of that and push it over to the median in the middle so I have more space. Because remember, when people come through here, this could be a family of 4, and they've got a large, like a lot of people around here with kids have those things they pull behind them. And all I'm saying is maybe because you have so much real estate to the what I would call the right of this car, grab some of that real estate and put it in the middle so that you have a little bit more room to pause there and you feel a little bit more protected. I do mean
here.
That.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
I could have shown that. Can you see you can't see my cursor. I'd have to share my screen.
No, but I get what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Well, wait a minute, dear. I might as well use my full
You
capabilities.
can annotate, right? Should be able to.
Right there. So make this wider, take
Mhm.
space from here, because this is excessive and really is larger than we need.
Well,
And-
so there are some limitations because you have to get a certain radius here
Oh.
for that car to make the turn. But we can still look at it. I mean, there's the chance to realign the streets. There's a lot of right of way on Florida and Penman. So we
Yeah.
did, to make this design work, we actually kink the street before it gets to the roundabout, and that allows us to get better curves
Cool.
around. But we can look into it. I mean,
Well, that's
the
my
only
only thought.
consideration is this radius. Yeah.
So let me ask you this: on the pen, as the gray car enters into the roundabout, I see a man walking in the distance. Is that going to be a crosswalk so we can? I assume I'm looking at Penman. I can cross.
Yeah, that's Penman. That man in the background is crossing.
Okay, so then what happens when I get on the other side of Penman? Are we putting a sidewalk there?
We recommend to. Yes, we think there should be sidewalks on all 5 corners.
Okay, good, because I think, it's ridiculous. So I come this way. This is my route. I come out Forest, I get to the stoplight. If I'm biking or walking, I have to go left, and then I have to go cross Penman. So I have to go ass backwards to the other side in order to get on the sidewalk and go across 2 intersections instead of one. And yes, I think that's great. I mean, I think that would show really well if we had a sidewalk on the other side of the street. So we don't have to get into dangerous situations and crossing, quite frankly. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I certainly think so. And, we had our transportation meeting yesterday, which was really great. And we started coordinating with, Jack's Beach and City of Jacksonville. So there is a request for proposals from the City of Jacksonville to make Penman a complete street. And so I think there's a lot of...
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think there's a lot of commitment there to, and all of the beaches communities, Atlantic Beach couldn't make it, but Jack's Beach has also been reaching out to the community, and they really want to see Penman be this north-south safe street that accommodates pedestrians and bicycles. So it really seems like the city and the beaches are all kind of aligned on this, which is great to hear. So I think this is one project that, having the drawings and having everyone on board, it's like essentially shovel ready, which is great.
So let me give you one other thought on this roundabout. There's a lot of people, Patricia being one, got a following that really hate the idea, and I really think the right roundabout could work. And I'm not sure, in my opinion, if I'd be satisfied with this roundabout without some sort of pedestrian. I went to Europe last September, and I was in England and Scotland, and England is the home of the roundabout. If you know anything about roundabouts, you know that Swindon, England was where it was created, and they have what's called have you heard of it? It's called the Magic Roundabout.
No, I don't know.
Oh, well, you have to look it up someday. It's a 6-wheel roundabout. So imagine you got the center roundabout, and then you have 5 smaller wheels. It's the most confusing thing. But the point is, we were talking about roundabouts before we went on this vacation, and Don and I started counting how many roundabouts there were, and we started seeing how many types there were. So when it came to pedestrians, it ran the gamut from having nothing like this, just a stripe. Well, it came from just a stripe with some islands, a stripe with islands, and a light that stopped the traffic in that particular walkway.
Right.
Or maybe not even light. It was a flashing thing like they have in Savannah, and I'm sure you've seen them as you click the pedestrian walk, and it's just this obnoxious light,
Yeah, those are the RFBs.
RFDs. So I think if you're going to put this in the best light it could possibly be in, you beef up the pedestrian look, because that's the concern. And I know because I got into it pretty deeply, I've looked at all the research and yes, I understand what the research is saying, but what the research lacks, and I'm sure your transportation person will corroborate this, what's lacking in the research is what impact does this have on pedestrians? Because there's a lot of research that says what impact it has on vehicular traffic, vehicular accidents, fatality rates, and all that makes sense. But they really haven't studied, and they really haven't studied the pedestrian. You'll find a real hard time finding any studies on how does this affect pedestrian, because it really wasn't designed for the pedestrian in mind. It was designed to, I don't have to tell you, it's designed for the vehicle. So if you come out saying that, this reduces accidents, you be sure you're talking and you make a distinction, because most of the folks that are going to be on this call about roundabouts know that there's no data to support that it's safe for pedestrians. So
there is data that shows that it slows cars down.
Yeah.
And we know that accidents with slower cars and pedestrians are much less deadly than a car flying through an intersection with a signal. So
absolutely. But what you're fighting, just so you know, because I'm devil's out, what you're fighting is an intersection that shuts down all traffic for 16 seconds. So, so you're talking about a situation where we go from 0 vehicles to having to have some vehicles going at a slower speed. You follow the logic here, that people are going to be savvy to this. So, you're taking us from 0 cars in our way to many cars at a slower speed. So just, that's the situation today. You hit the button and every vehicle must stop. That's the best, safest situation for a pedestrian. But if you're going to strike a balance of trying to make this work, I think you've got to have some assurance for the pedestrian that this is better than stopping all traffic for 16 seconds.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sure. We're going to present the pros and cons for these 2 options. And
perfect. Well, I'm not going to take any more of your time. I know you're busy, and I know I'm slowing down your progress. So I will let you go.
Right.
I'll let you go, and have a great day, and we'll see you tonight, right?
Yep. See you tonight.
Right. Cool.
Thanks,
Awesome.
Mary.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks for stopping in.
Sure. I will not save my annotation. Okay. I'm getting out of here. Takes me a while. Okay.
Hello? Hi there.
How do I get the volume up?
I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Think about it. Hey man, I'll be right back.
I mean, this is just the practice. This is just their.
I know.
I'm just getting ready for tonight.
Can you hear me?
Here's your volume right here.
Hello?
Nope.
Can you hear me?
Just you and her, that it?
Yep. Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Louise, I can hear you.
Great. This is our open studio that you joined. I don't know if you've joined it before, but each of the planners and designers kind of take turns throughout the day to share what they're working on, and anyone can just pop in and out as they want. So I'm preparing for the intersection workshop tonight, visualizing what the two options would look like on the street.
Uh-huh.
So this is the roundabout option. We took the city of Jacksonville's designs and tweaked them a little bit. So we made the roundabout a little bit tighter, not so wide. That slows down cars a bit. And it also allowed us to stay off of the surrounding properties.
Mm-hmm.
They did encroach a little bit. So in this, you can see kind of how the pedestrian circulation starts to work in this scenario. It's also an opportunity to do really nice landscaping. You can also do a sculpture. So I'm gonna have a secondary option without the tree with some kind of sculpture in the center. But we're also looking at another option that, so this is the existing roundabout.
Yes.
The difference. We are looking at a second option that doesn't have a roundabout and keeps the lights, the traffic signals, but it creates these splitter islands. So I'll toggle it on and off so you can see these kind of pedestrian refuges with crosswalks that are much closer together and crosswalks on all of the streets, I would add. So this makes it much easier for pedestrians to navigate the street. So in addition to this, we can update the timing of the lights so that we've heard that Forest doesn't have quite enough time to get across the intersection right now. So that can be calibrated. But this scenario is just, this is more of like the smaller intervention. So it's a smaller change, but it does improve how pedestrians get through the intersection. So,
Thank you.
Sure, yeah.
It looks good. I live just 4 houses away from the intersection, so I'm real interested in how it plays out. I'm on Florida. My husband and I, so.
Great.
Yeah, I honestly like the traffic circle also better than I thought I would. I still it's aesthetically, it's beautiful.
It's a great way to reduce pavement just overall. And we know there's concerns. So tonight we're going to be kind of just explaining what some of the benefits and cons are to the two options. Our transportation engineer, he's looked at the city of Jacksonville's data. They did a pretty in-depth analysis of volumes and traffic counts for this intersection. And that's how they got to their roundabout. And we've talked to them, and we've also spoken with the engineers who produced their drawings to see if there was any wiggle room with the size of the roundabout. And they said that there is. So that's why we've kind of made it a little bit smaller. That slows down the cars coming in and out of the turns of the roundabout. So, it would still have to do what they call an auto turn analysis. You like put the drawing on a computer and it makes sure that every different size of truck can make it around. But you'll see we've put this skirt on the actual center circle. So this is what we call a mountable curb. It's a little lower than your traditional curb. And that allows bigger cars and trucks to go on top of it if they need to make a turn. So that's what that is. But it's an opportunity to do some public art and make this more of a feature gateway. And in terms of how people get across and bikes get across, what you see in the foreground is actually the East Coast Greenway. That's the trail that's getting expanded along Florida. And so we've made the crossing on that side much wider, and we still have the 10-foot wide trail going across. So people would be encouraged to get off the right way to do it would be to get off your bike when you approach the roundabout, and you walk your bike across the
Okay.
crosswalk. But it's designed in a way, so if you can see this gray car on the right that's about to enter, we purposely leave a car length worth of space between the crosswalk and the entry to the roundabout. That way, a car that's approaching can stop. Every car has to yield and look to their left. But while they're waiting to see if they can enter and they're slowing down, pedestrians have a gap between that car and the car that's behind it, essentially. So you can actually stop, make eye contact with the car behind this one that can't go forward until this car has gone into the roundabout. So it gives you a momentary, not a moment, more than a couple of moments to look, make eye contact, and cross. So that's really the best practice. You also can wait in the middle here, check to see if there's oncoming cars, and then keep going. So cars they're much closer to you. They can actually see people crossing, whereas in the existing condition, it's so wide and the turns are so wide that drivers don't have a good angle to see if anyone's using the crosswalk, and pedestrians also don't have a good sight lines to who's coming. So it puts everything a little closer together, which sounds maybe counterintuitive, but it gives a lot more visibility.
Very nice. Well, thanks, Louisa. I really was just tuning in to make sure I have all my technology for tonight.
Oh, okay, great.
It's so good to talk to you.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see you later tonight.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thanks,
Bye.
Jen. Bye.
For your time this afternoon.
Of course.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hi, Michael.
Hello, how you doing, Louisa?
Good. How are you? Thanks for stopping
Doing
in.
great. I see
going.
that's Forest.
Yep. This is Forest, Penman, and Florida,
Oh.
the famous intersection. So this is what we'll be discussing today at our Penman and Florida workshop. There's a couple options we're drawing. I'm working on a street view of what those would actually look like. We have some plan drawings already done. So this is a roundabout option that I'm working on. We have another option that we're presenting as well, which is a that keeps the lights, the traffic signals, but I'll toggle it with the existing so you can see the difference. What we've basically done is created these splitter islands between the streets that allow us to create pedestrian refuges and bring the crosswalks much closer together.
Oh,
So
okay.
this is a more minimal intervention, but it still is an improvement over what's there today.
Yes.
And
Very much
along
so.
with this, you can update the actual timing of the lights as well. We've heard that Forest has very short green time, so that's something that the traffic engineers can just adjust accordingly.
Yes. Yeah, I have to go pretty fast through that light when it turns green.
Right.
And then if you don't make it, you're like, oh, I'm stuck here for a while.
Right.
But yeah, there's a lot of school kids that use that intersection.
Yeah, yeah. Neptune Elementary is close by, and
And also from the high school,
mhm.
I see kids, high school and middle school, that are off Seagate, ride their bikes through there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really tough to cross right now. I mean, even just putting high visibility crosswalks, which was these like zebra stripe crosswalks, there's just so much more easy for cars to see them than the ones that are there right now.
Right.
That are faded, and there's only like 2 of them. So we recommend putting sidewalks, even if it's just for a block, so that you get sidewalks on each corner of this, so that you can actually fully circulate through the intersection.
Looks pretty nice. Now, is there enough right away for a roundabout?
There is. We've talked to the city of Jacksonville and the engineering team that did their designs and their analysis. We've suggested a slightly smaller and tighter roundabout, still a big roundabout, but that basically just slows down cars and gives us a little more control over the geometry. Some of their turns out of the roundabout were a little bit wider than we would like them, because that encourages the driver to really speed up leaving the roundabout. So we've tightened a couple of those turns. And that also allowed our roundabout to not encroach on the properties. So the way they've designed it, there's a little bit of encroaching of the actual roundabout onto the adjacent properties. We do have a tiny bit of encroachment in this one property, and that's just to get the bike trail to do a more natural turn. But there is a way to avoid it completely, but it's pretty minor. So.
Now, is there a maximum daily traffic count that can go through that? And
yes.
Is it already at that level?
No, it's
or the
not.
traffic count?
So I can't speak 100% to this, but our engineer has looked over all the volumes and the counts, and he'll kind of talk through that tonight as well.
Okay.
The one lane, well, the city of Jacksonville tested a 1 lane and a 2 lane roundabout scenario. And they determined that the single lane is perfectly acceptable for the counts today and up till like 10 years. Their projections, so basically it would only start causing congestion in about 10 years with the current growth rate of the population, right? So that was the kind of high level summary. And by congestion, it just means a little bit of slowdown, but I still think it's
is that the population of Neptune Beach or just the surrounding area?
I think it's the area surrounding.
Because I think there's a lot of cut through traffic.
Right.
Through there. So
a lot of people in Jacks Beach and further south use this intersection. So But the city of Jacksonville is committed to Penman being a more walkable street in general. So they've already submitted an RFP, a request for proposals to do a complete street on Penman. So, and that would go from Atlantic all the way down into Jacks Beach, through Jacks Beach. And, you know, we had a big transportation meeting yesterday and we talked to the city of Jacksonville. City of Jacks Beach was represented. We had people from the TPO. We had people from the Department of Transportation. So it's really good to hear. And it sounds like for Penman in particular, there's a lot of consensus and you know, all the agencies are moving forward to make Penman a true north-south safe connection for people walking and biking. So that
now
was
is Jacks Beach also on board with that?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know if I heard you say that.
They had also reached out to their community, and we had a council member and the city manager on the call yesterday. Everyone is very excited about Penman being this great north-south connector of the Three Beaches community.
Now, what side are they going to have a multi-use path, and what side would they put it on?
So that hasn't been decided yet, and so we're going to take a look at proposing an option that we think works as part of our plan, but they just released the RFP. So design firms will be bidding to start the actual design process. So do you have a preference of what side it would go on? Or if it should be a multi-use trail like the East Coast Greenway, like the one on Florida is, or maybe like a true cycle track?
I like the one that's going on in Florida.
Okay.
But you know,
which is a very likely option. There's a lot of right-of-way, there's a lot of space on Penman, so it shouldn't be an issue of accommodating.
What's the difference between the one on Florida and the cycle track?
So the one in Florida is a multi-use trail, so it's for everyone walking, biking. So in some places we see a track is painted like with a dashed line down the center. And it's really for higher speeds. So normally, if you want like a really great facility, you can have a higher speed cycle track that actually allows for two directions so people going on their bike in one direction and people going their bike the other direction, the same that cars do, because bikes do move faster than pedestrians. And then next to that, you would have some dedicated space for people who are going slower, so pedestrians.
And how much wider is that compared to a regular multi-use path?
So the minimum for a multi-use path is 10, which is what they have on Florida right now. We see them between 10 and 12. If you wanted a cycle track is usually that same dimension at minimum 10. And then if you wanted to add a 6 feet for slower modes, you're looking at like 16 feet wide. So a little bit more than what a vehicular lane.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Oh, that's good.
So yeah, it's doable.
And also from Monday night, where can I find the information, the discussions like on the commercial centers?
So we're right now uploading the video of the meeting that has snippets from each of the conversations. And we haven't published all the maps, though. I guess we could just put all the maps online as well for you all to take a look at.
Because I saw one map at the very beginning, and it had one of our properties saying redevelopment site. And I was like, what does that mean? I know what it means, but
is that a commercial property?
Yes.
Okay.
It's where the tax collector is on Atlantic.
Right. Well, we are identifying places that may be open for redevelopment, but if you think we should change that in any way, we can certainly edit it. And that's a draft map.
Okay, because it showed like where the auto zone is just right across the street, still in Neptune Beach. It had a different color. I couldn't see the map that fast, the legend, but it was like in a different classification, and it's almost like a mirror image of our shopping center.
Yeah, do you want? I can go ahead and open it up. We can
okay, that'd be great.
Let me find it. Yeah, we're still working on input for that. of what should or what is likely to redevelop in the next, 10 years and what is maybe probably going to redevelop 20 plus years,
Mhm.
So that's the distinction between the two colors, like what is poised in the near future to be redeveloped,
Right.
and then what may take a little bit more time. Sorry, just need to find the file. Let's see. Can do it quickly. Okay.
Oh, and our facilitator was Adam
Yes.
and he did a very nice job.
Great.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're still working to edit. It's just a lot of video footage to get through because we had 14 rooms. So we have, I think, the first version of it up, but we still haven't gotten all the rooms clips in there. We're still. Can you see my screen with the map?
I just see the roundabout.
Okay, here. That should have fixed it.
Oh, there we go.
So
Okay,
the
yes,
two
that's
colors were opportunity sites for infill and redevelopment. That's like the shorter term, the solid color. And then the potential sites for future redevelopment, like long term. So yeah, this was our kind of first stab from what we heard in our conversations of what seems more likely to happen now. But you can edit this if you hit your annotate tool, you can even draw on it.
I mean, what's the difference between? I can't see the legend at the bottom.
Yeah. So one
Can you
is
just go-
Sorry, I gotta get out of here from Zoom. It's opportunity sites for infill and redevelopment, and then potential opportunity sites in the long term.
And what is that?
But we haven't defined it. Probably talking 20-year horizon or long.
Or long term? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm just looking at the sites.
Like we had heard that there's a bank here in the town center that's likely to redevelop or get sold soon. We obviously
The what?
The bank. There's a bank here.
Yeah, right where that Bank of America
Yeah, it's a
place. I mean, that's a perfect place for redevelopment. That's great parking lot too.
So that was one we heard. Obviously Kmart. But some of these smaller ones, we're not as sure, like what we did just hear that the hotel, the inn, unfortunately has filed, I think has just filed for that.
Yeah, that hotels need some TLC.
So that seems like I can probably change that one to a more short-term.
More short-term, yeah.
Yeah.
And then we also have another property. It's off of 3rd Street. And it's 900, and it's right across from Bay Street. If you go down.
Yeah.
And where the right of way, right where the blue, that one there, they just bought that maybe 2 years ago and totally gutted it and remodeled it.
Okay, so that's not likely to.
That's probably not likely. And we own the property right behind it to the north and to the west.
Yeah.
And we just, repainted it. It looks nice. It looks good.
Yeah, if there's a place that's just undergone some improvements, then it's probably shouldn't be in the darker color.
Okay, I'm just
already invested.
But that looks good. I was looking. But for our shopping center back there, we just had it repainted. We had a new sign, pressure washed. I guess we had it pressure. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, it's a typical suburban strip center.
Right.
And, one other thing, people like to have the town center, the style of the buildings up to the street, the walking and everything. But for our C1, C2, and C3s, well, we're in C2, I think. We have like the 25-foot setbacks. Like we couldn't recreate what the town center is
Right.
on our parcels,
Even if you wanted to.
even if you wanted to. And like, they have, and I'm looking here, they have a maximum lot coverage of 85%
Mm-hmm.
downtown, whereas we have the 70%,
Mm-hmm.
which is a little bit less. But
Yeah.
compared to, I mean, just our restrictions are a little bit more, so you're not going to get that type of product that people want unless having to go through all the variances.
Well, part of this is to update the land development code.
Mhm.
So if there's areas that people want to see in the fullness of time, 10 to 20 years,
Mhm.
if and as they get redeveloped, look more like that pedestrian friendly style, then this is
Right.
what we're trying to kind of decide and figure out is where do we have to, how should we update the land development code to actually allow
Right.
for those kinds of
Okay.
development patterns. And it may be unlikely for the fullness of Atlantic Boulevard, but figuring out where, or Third, even for that matter, where they want that. And it's especially important because it directly ties into what the DOT is willing to do in terms of improvements on Atlantic itself.
Right.
So
Okay.
if the development pattern and the city's regulations is still strip large, footprint commercial, the DOT has little incentive to keep, improving Atlantic beyond what it is today.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that's a big element of this is coordinating between the two. If the city comes out and says, we really want this town center field to extend all the way to Penman,
Right.
then, and actually makes that regulated and as a part of their code, the town has much more backing to go to DOT and say, this is what we want. We don't want this
that'd be
big
good.
arterial. So
Really good. Now, what about A1A? Have they talked about, because I think that's, you could have a lot more beautification along A1A.
yeah, we're
Have
looking
they-
into it. Yeah, for
Okay.
sure.
Well, good.
So Brenda is working on some street sections for Atlantic and Third Street, different options and what those could look
Mhm.
like. In all of them, we think that planting trees with enough space that they grow big and beautiful is very important for Third Street. Now, whether it includes the other options will be some variation of like a separated bike mobility facility or more parking. So that there's like several kind of options we're looking at for how to improve Third Street. So
okay.
we'll certainly push the envelope as much as we can to get those streets
Okay.
better. The DOT has some projects in the short term, like small improvements to a couple crossings, adding some like hawk signals, pedestrian activated crossings.
Oh, really?
A couple of them, but it's not, it's more of like a short-term fix. So we're trying to figure out what the next, what's the next thing that you do to improve.
Oh, okay. That sounds great. Sounds really, really good. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And, let's see here. Any other questions? Oh, we had talked about, there used to be a railroad that ran down First Street way back when.
Really? I actually didn't know
Yes.
that.
And afterwards,
That was Flagler's, I'm assuming, right?
I don't know. It may have been there's a old family called it, and they own the Cummer Museum. Well, they didn't own it. Well, they started in Jacksonville. And if you go to Beach Boulevard and Third Street, you can see there's a museum there and they have one of the old trains, but it was for more lumber and everything.
Oh, okay.
But I do, after we got done with the meeting, I remembered on my wall, I have a map from 1918, a topographical map showing the beaches.
Oh.
And it shows the railroad going down First Street.
Very cool. Can you send us a photo of that? I would love to see it.
Yeah, I can send you a photo of that.
That would be great. We've seen some of the historical plat maps, but
Mhm.
those are from like the 20s.
Yes.
And we've we've been looking at a couple of historic photos from the beaches. I think it's the Historic Society or Museum. And they have some great images that predate the 20s. And that's when it was flaglers, kind of hotels along Jack's Beach and Atlantic. Yeah, it's really interesting.
And there used to be another street east of First Street, but it was never built along there. So, okay.
Very cool.
Well, who would I send a picture of the map to?
You can send it
It's
to me.
framed. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can just
I
take it
got
with
your
your
email.
phone. It doesn't have to be fancy in any way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Thanks so much.
Well, thank you very much.
much. Yeah.
Alrighty. Hey,
Bye,
how do
Michael.
I get out of this now?
Should be a button at the bottom that says leave meeting.
Oh, leave meeting. And how do I turn on my camera at the top?
Do you see a little button? Do you see where your mute is? There's a mic, and next to it, there's a video camera. There should be a video camera.
I see live, YouTube, see all photos.
Check the bottom of your. For
Oh,
me,
I
it's
see
usually at the
mute.
bottom. Yeah,
And I
next to
see
mute.
Start video.
Yeah. If you click start video, your camera will pop up.
Is that what comes? Oh,
There it is.
okay.
You got it. Now
Okay.
you know.
And all right, I will send you a picture of that.
That'd be
of
great.
the train. Okay.
That'd be awesome.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Michael.
Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Click start video, your camera.
Is that what comes? Oh,
There it is.
okay.
You got it.
Okay.
I know.
And all right, I will send you a picture of that.
That'd be great.
Okay.
That'd be awesome.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Michael.
Have a good day.
You too. Click start video, your camera.
Oh,
There it is.
okay.
You got it.
Okay.
I know.
And
Oh, can you hear me, Renee?
Yes.
That'd be weird. I'm hearing audio from my last conversation. I don't know why. I'm going to figure it out. Can you hear like two other voices?
Yes, I hear.
It's so weird. I was just with Michael who joined the call, but he left, and then I'm hearing it play back our conversation, which is very eerie.
I
I
hear
don't know
it.
why.
So.
I don't know how to make it stop. Can you hear me, Renee?
I hear that.
That's weird. I'm hearing audio from my last conversation. Oh, and now I'm hearing ours. I'm gonna pop off and drop back in, Renee. If you give me 1 second, see if that fixes it.
Yes, I hear.
Just hold on 1 second. I was just with Michael who joined the call, but he left. God, this is terrible. It play back our conversation, which is very eerie. Okay, I don't know why. I don't know how to make it stop. Can you hear me, Renee? Ugh. Why? Audio from my last conversation. Oh, and now I'm hearing ours. I'm gonna pop off and drop back in, Renee. If you give me 1 second.
Okay.
See if that fixes it. Yes. Hold on 1 second. I was just with Michael who joined the call, but he left. And I'm hearing it play back our